What is up, folks? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Another day at Polderbaan. At the moment, the only runway for arrivals. And we've got a great show for you today. If runway usage does not get changed, and that's a big if because wind is blowing from the west, just a little bit south of west right now. If it moves a bit further to the north, and I think that is going to happen somewhere between today and tomorrow, it is going to result in potentially a runway change. Hope the sound and video are coming through properly. We've got an Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton that is going to land. The first heavy is from Qatar, and let's also have a quick look, show you guys what's in store. The Orange Pride is already flying in the vicinity and is expected in a couple of minutes, 10 o'clock, so we should be seeing that pretty soon. And we've got 747s all over the place. So it's going to be a nice show if the wind is not going to change and it's going to stay dry. Got the firefighters as well over here. Alrighty, well, the next airplane is going to be the Orange Pride already. It is flying base now, according to flight radar. Question is, can I see it already? Should be somewhere over there. Let's have another look on flight radar. Should be within visual range, ordinarily. Maybe the clouds are in the way still. As you can see, there are clouds, not too high. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh wait, I think I have it. Only vaguely visible, there it is. Right, so there it is, the Orange Pride with a little bit of crosswind. So the airplane is crabbing a little bit. It's the Orange Pride arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa, flying as KLM Flight 592, 777-300 ER, 10 hours and 26 minutes underway. It's the PHBVA, as most of you will know by now. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight January 2008. Also information that most of you will know by heart by now. Same age as Chucky. A very good morning to everybody who has joined already. After the Orange Pride, we're going to see a Dreamliner from United arriving from Chicago, and we also have a KLM 787-10 that is arriving from New York JFK. That will be number 3. Triple heavy time, starting off with the Orange Pride. Big picture wise, this is what it currently looks like. We've got some friendly clouds over here. Doesn't look like rain anytime soon. There was this morning when I looked on the weather radar something over the North Sea that looked like it was coming from that direction more or less. Not sure if it is going to make land. Looks like it was also dissolving as it moved towards the mainland. So I think we should be okay in terms of the weather, at least in terms of precipitation. The question is the wind going to stay south of west, or is it going to change to more north of west already in the time span of the stream? I think that's the most interesting variable to keep an eye out for. This is United Airlines Flight 909, arriving from Chicago O'Hare. It's a 787-8 Dreamliner that has been flying for 7 hours and 15 minutes to get here. 11 years old, first flight December 2012. They are going to be treated to a butt shot to boot. Noise. Our next airplane to arrive, 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. It is KLM flight 644. 6 hours 16 minutes underway, which is interesting. That's only half an hour less than, no wait, that's an hour less, or what was the flight time? No, an hour less than Chicago. Or at least the flight just now arriving from Chicago, I should say. The PHBKI, 3 years old, first flight August 2020. SAS A380 Neo will be next, arriving from Stockholm. Flexity flex. No more. Hey Jin, good morning. No others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Before our next airplane arrives, let's have another look at the current status quo, shall we? So the weather, as you can see, the wind is blowing just south of west, and it looks like in the upcoming 24 hours it is going to change more to the north. As soon as the wind is coming from this direction, I'm expecting a runway change. So for now, this is still the current status quo. We're standing over here, all around the number of arrivals, but for how long remains to be seen. Orange Pride just now landed, and we have one queen expected around 12. We have another queen expected around 11. We have this queen that is going to be too late, 2:45. This queen is expected 12:30. This queen is expected 12:30. This queen is expected 2:03, and this A380 is expected a few minutes before 2 o'clock. Plan is, if the runway use doesn't get changed and it's going to stay dry, to await everything until these two have landed, and after that call it a day. So hopefully we'll be able to make it. We'll have to see. Please reboot your DJI mic. Okay. En ik heb geen antenne, dus er is niks uit te klappen. Let's reposition the receiver. Alright, there we are again. Right, so we missed the landing of a narrow body just now, SAS A320neo. There is another A320neo coming up next, EasyJet arriving from Birmingham, which is not yet visible by the looks of it. Yeah, the DJI mic is very sensitive. If there's a coat in the way, too many layers of clothing, it can sometimes interfere with the signal. Definitely an Achilles heel in the setup. Right, so queens are expected. I thought the first one was expected around 11:30 or so. Got two heavies coming in from the west right now, 777-200 from San Francisco. Got a Dreamliner arriving from Austin. In the meantime, a triplet of narrow bodies is coming this way. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Birmingham. And somewhere behind it should be an A319 arriving from Zagreb, although I think the clouds are interfering with visibility of the A319. Even though, oh yeah, there it is. Now it becomes visible, the A319. So not the best glide slope visibility. Two airplanes at best at the moment with the current cloudiness. Not sure if it's going to improve. Thank you, Flying NL. First 747 at 11 o'clock, Saudia. Okay, cool. So that's when the magic starts to happen, if runway use does not get changed in the meantime, of course, which fingers crossed it won't. meantime, EasyJet arriving from Birmingham. I was just checking if we could see fire engines in front of the fire station, but lo and behold, 777 taking off from runway 24. And no firefighters. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like this right now. And let's also change the angle of my phone just a little bit, right? Right, combo shot, A319 Croatian with the bird control. Flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. 1 hour and 38 minutes it has flown to get here. The first flight of this airplane was in June 2000. A little Croatian butt shot to boot. Hey there Marissa, hey there Brody. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Embraer 190 up next, arriving from Prague, and after that, time for more heavies. No clouds flipping us the finger just yet. Only 10 subscribers unsubscribed, so most of you do have a sense of humor. Thank you for that. This is KLM flight 1352 arriving from the Czech Republic, from Prague. It's an Embraer 190, 1 hour 5 minutes underway. 10 years old, first flight February 2014. Alrighty, it is time for heavies again. Our next airplane is United Flight 968, 777-200 arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 26 minutes underway, and the airplane is 26 years old, a millennial born in 1998. Also a massive big thank you to Maria for your continued support. 8 months of membership. Time flies while having fun. I'm here to stay, she writes. Thank you so much for your support, Maria. And also thank you for everything you've been doing since you've become a moderator only recently. Hope you still like both, and if something in the lounge isn't to your liking, do let me know. Let me see what I can do about it. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. We are standing along Polderbaan runway 18 right, at the moment the only runway being used for arrivals. Wind blowing from the west, just south of west, might change a bit more to the north, so I'm not sure if the current runway configuration remains in place throughout the day. I hope it will, because we are expecting 5 747s that are already airborne, that are expected before or around the time of the Emirates A380, which today is a bit late and is expected around 2 o'clock. The fifth of the 5 747s, also expected around 2 o'clock, is Suparna. Game plan is to stick around to see them all land, assuming they'll land either on 18 right or 18C. Last time I was out here, I had the blimp with me because we had double-digit wind speeds. Right now it is just below double-digit wind speeds in knots, so back with the mustache, the dead cat. The overhanging beard. Contrails sadly a bit hard to see because the majority of the sky is filled with clouds right now. There are absolutely some openings here and there, but they form the minority of the sky right now. Next up, KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner. Crabbing ever so slightly because of crosswind. The airplane is 8 hours and 37 minutes underway. The PHBKG hails from 2020, a 4-year-old. What is forming in the north? Air France flight 1444 looks like the next flight to land after this arrival. That's an A320. We have an E2 Embraer arriving from Berlin behind it, and an A320neo arriving from Prague from EasyJet. So after this landing, back to the narrow bodies for at least 3 landings. KLM Asia 777-200 by the looks of it. Ooh, wing fluff, nice. Nice pixelated. Go maximally with the digital zoom, and now slowly back to optical zoom range. Alan says, boy, finger blast the clouds, lol. Have a good day. Yeah, if that would make them go away, I would definitely do that relentlessly. Yeah, some God-fearing subscribers did not approve and unsubscribed. Most of you, luckily, have a sense of humor, so thank you. Got a triplet of narrow bodies coming in, although now only vaguely visible is the second of the three. So Air France flight 1444 up first. And Steven's sister and brother-in-law just landed on United 777 from San Francisco. Well, nice, nice coincidence. They landed safely then, Steven. Probably still taxiing back to the gate. That's the downside of landing on Polderbaan. Takes a little while before you are finally at your gate, and then of course it takes a little while before you can get off the airplane. Then again, it also takes a long time before your suitcases are on the conveyor belt these days, so in the end it doesn't really matter. That's the bottleneck, where you have to wait the longest. Air France flight 1444 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, A320. Air Baguette, bienvenue. Definitely a bit more blue west of me. Next up, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Berlin. This is KLM flight 1772. 58 minutes on the way to get here from Berlin. That is average. It's PHNXB, which began flying in February 2021. Got an A320neo arriving from Prague after that, and behind it is an Air Canada Dreamliner arriving from Montreal, flight 900. Good morning, Dave. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Is Senor Rodriguez already in the chat, or is he still MIA? Did not see him say anything yet. Hey there, Tasho. Captain Boy. Mooi schoon spotbeeld vandaag. Landschapbeeld is schoon, absolutely. It's not always warm, it's not always dry, but particularly the clouds over here often is very nice. Still MIA, okay. Thanks, Maria. Did receive a PayPal donation from him just around the time I closed the stream, the last stream. Of course, his action to donate 10 cents for each like went bonkers in 15 minutes. Hopefully he'll enter in the chat so I can let him know that the transaction did come through in good order. Right, back to, well, I was about to say back to reality, but no, no M&M. This is Air Canada flight 900. arriving from Montreal. It's not very windy, but because the wind is almost blowing perpendicularly to the runway heading, you do see that even with relative little wind, because it is almost completely crosswind, there's a little bit of crabbing going on. (18C) opening soon. Yeah. Okay, Saudia 747 is going to center. Yeah, that was to be expected. But at least they are still landing on the 1-8 runways, 1-8 right and 1-8 center. Paul has to go to see the dentist. Yeah. You used to have a dentist in Leiden, dentist Snoep, which is the Dutch word for candy. Always used to see it when I drove with the bus from my hometown to the station in Leiden. You always would pass it by. It's in the vicinity, it's on the Warmond side of the city. So bus 51 would pass by it. Dentist candy. And then again, that was back when I was still in elementary school, so that is like 30 or so years ago. Probably dentist candy has retired by now. Oh, Christian has a dentist called Ow, which also translates to ow in English. Where was it? I heard a nice joke the other day. Oh yeah, it was on Beard Meets Food. Apparently Snoop Dogg has opened a Vietnamese-German fusion restaurant called Faux Schnitzel. Had to laugh really hard. Also got sent through a meme picture of a Vietnamese restaurant that was called Faux Real. So the title said, "I'm sorry Miss Jackson," and then it says, "I am," and then the picture of the restaurant, Faux Real. Really funny. Anyway, this is KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena, 7879 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 22 minutes underway, PHBHM. The airplane is 6 years old and had its first flight in August 2017. Hey there, Lance. Good morning, Captain Cole. What is it that you guys are calling me captain and pilot and whatnot? Wish I were. Just a mumbling host, providing some backdrop for a bar-like chat. I am doing well though. Thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. And Jordi says, greetings to Louisa, who is always watching. Groetjes Louisa, ook van mij. Right, it is time for another triplet, at least, of narrow bodies. Now I think it's a quartet. And then the 777 arriving from Cape Town, which, can I see it? Just a quick glance to the left. You really need to know where you need to look, and then still not always guaranteed, particularly with the cloudiness. You can already see how the glide slope visibility is impacted by the low clouds. 2 airplanes visible at best. And you also know what it is like under perfect conditions. 3-4 airplanes easily visible. I think it also affects our ability to see airplanes on the downwind leg if they're flying over the sea to the north. Although they are usually already flying relatively low there. Daarom, having arrived from Bucharest, next up Lufthansa A319, arriving from Munich. Vaguely visible at its 10 o'clock. The next airplane behind it is also from Lufthansa, an A320 arriving from Frankfurt. So we have an A319 in the Star Alliance livery arriving from Munich up first, flight 2302. And a Lufty A320 arriving from Frankfurt behind it, flight 988. Hey there Kenny, greetings back to Mississippi.
Good morning, boy.
Hey, goedemorgen. It is Mr. Sake.
Yes, yes.
Is that the proper stress on the
Yes.
not sake but sake?
Yeah, exactly.
Thought it was. Sander also here. How are you, mate?
Good.
Nice.
You?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, I'm standing here still with my winter coat on.
And me and my t-shirt.
You and your t-shirt, yeah. Well, last time I stood here with just my hoodie on, it got too cold in the end. You're always exposed to the wind over here.
Yep.
But at least it is dry for the time being. Which is also not always a given, at least not in the last year.
At least not the last couple of days.
No. If you look in the fields right now, I already showed you. I think I can show you again. If you look behind the grass, you can already see a puddle. There are plenty of puddles over here. It's a bad year for agriculture. I think the potatoes are going to get really expensive later in the year.
Yep.
It's not doing the crops any good, this excessive amount of rain. Greetings from Austrian Wolf to the ground crew. Alrighty, well, from one Lufty to the next. We had one from Munich arrived just now. This one is arriving from Frankfurt. It's an A320. Mercer says that the Saudia 747 is now officially confirmed for center. Hey there, Split Scimitar. Good morning. Good to see you again. And shit happens, you know. People are busy sometimes with unexpected things. And a butt shot to boot, indeed. And the other Lufty in the background. "3:35 a.m. in Mississippi," Kenny says. Are you up late or up already? Work gets in the way. Yeah, shit happens, as I said before. We all have busy lives and it cannot be helped. Got an Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva up first, and you can already see a bigger airplane in the background. That is KLM Flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. 777-300 KLM Flight 1930 up first, arriving from Geneva, Embraer 190. Up late, going to bed soon, Kenny says. Yeah, you damn well better. unless you have the day off tomorrow. Otherwise you come at a point of no return and it's better to pull an all-nighter. But that is really going to break you up during the day. Right, and the Q says, nice angle, you get a real sensation of the landing speed. I do my best. I am glad that you can sense it.
Don't get motion sickness.
Don't get motion sickness though, indeed. Watching AMS live is at your own risk. I've said it before, also with respect to your speakers and your eardrums. This is KLM Flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa.
Ooh.
And nice wheelie to boot. Not too bad, not too bad. Plus, look at how clean those flap surfaces are. Someone has been through the car wash. Right, so if I recall correctly, I thought Marissa mentioned that the ITA arriving from Milan is going to go to the center runway, so that is probably the first airplane going there then. In the meantime, turning in, or is it also going to the... Is that Embraer continuing to the center runway? No, it is on the glide slope for Polderbound now, just not visible yet. Hank asks, what is BKN013 in the forecast? Broken clouds at 1300 feet. Good that you mentioned the meter. Let's refresh it and let me also take you through it, just so you guys know what it all means. Where was I? Let's first get the picture in picture. So yeah, Saudia is already in Dutch airspace, is going to land on the center runway. That is going to happen in a couple of minutes. Let's do a refresh of the meter and let's also copy it so that I can paste it in the ticker. As you can see, visualized already, the wind is still blowing from the west, still south of west slightly. We have double-digit wind speed, 10 knots, 304. We have scattered clouds at 1600 feet. Runway use probably still, oh, there you go, indicating now that it is parallel arrivals. More queens are inbound, Cargolux, Silkway, if I recall correctly, Silkway West, and of course Suparna and the Emirates A380. Now, if I paste the meter into the ticker and press save, it will reload and I will be able to take you through what it says. It's very informative. The meter gets updated twice an hour, 5 minutes to the hour and 25 minutes past the hour. Starts with meter EHAM. EHAM is an abbreviation for Schiphol Airport together with AMS. Then the date and time of the report, the 30th, 8:25 Zulu time. That means 10:25 Central European time. So that's from 25 minutes ago. Then the wind, 10 knots, 260 degrees. The wind direction variable between 230 degrees and 290 degrees. Visibility is 10 plus kilometers, 9999. Scattered clouds at 1600 feet. The air temperature 15 degrees C, aka 60 F. Dew point 12 degrees C, and the air pressure is 1005 hectopascals. No significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. That's what it all says here. So if you know how to read meters, very informative. And our next airplane is this KLM Embraer 190 flight 980 arriving from London City.
Captain Wheelies yet?
No Captain Wheelies yet. No. Not sure. Not sure if Captain Wheelie is in the mood after what happened yesterday at the platform.
Yeah, what the hell?
Can you imagine that the landings are going to be a little bit subdued. Still a good landing though. 41 minutes underway. That is nominal for London to Amsterdam. 40 to 45 minutes is what you typically average. The airplane is 10 years old. Had its first flight in November 2013. A little bit of a contrail remnant, and I'm also hearing something outbound. Probably somewhere behind the cloud.
Yeah.
Sounds like a 737. It is Norwegian. It is Norwegian. With a grumpy face or not. Right, now I have to turn back so that the wires don't get tangled. And in the meantime, I haven't seen any birds in the water in the immediate vicinity yet. There are, I think it is a grebe that we are seeing over there. That is, no, it's a coot, Jinshin the coot over there.
Oh, way over there.
Way over there, yeah, I have to use telescope mode to see it.
Oh, jeez.
But in the immediate vicinity over here, not much to be seen.
Nope.
It's also getting harder to watch what is going on in the water with the grasses over here growing ever longer. Like
Meanwhile,
a meter long almost. And indeed Ita now the first airplane to arrive on the center runway, arriving from Milan, flight 120. It's back to a regular A320. We were lucky to see an A220 the other day, earlier in the week. Really nice combination. Beautiful livery, beautiful airplane. Now on a quote-unquote dime in a dozen A320, this livery also looks very stunning. Arriving from Milan, 1 hour 23 minutes on the way, 123. 15 years old, first flight September 2008. All right. There's an Embraer 190 coming in from London City to Polderbaan. That is BA City Flyer, which is not yet visible by the looks of it. Got a 737 arriving from Munich from KLM going to the center runway, and for some reason that is already visible.
Never seen that before.
Say that?
Check this. German airspace.
Hey, that's an interesting logo.
I was like,
Is that a base or what?
No, it's
Oh, German Air Force. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting flag. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what the? Back to 1945? What?
Not sure. It is a throwback logo.
Logo, yeah.
Right. KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich, going to center. BA City Flyer arriving from London City to Polderbaan. And good morning, Ange. And good morning to Finnair A380 fan, Dallas, Australia. Right, the 747 from Saudia is approaching Purmerend. Yeah, on paper with good visibility we might be able to see it already. Don't see anything just yet. I do know that from here, behind the chimneys that I use for the scale of chimney smoke for the wind, should be Purmerend. So that is where the 747 should be visible if we were able to see it. Maybe after this airplane has landed we can have a look. I'm already having a little look to the right to see if I can see just anything, but the answer is no.
I think it's too high.
It is quite cloudy in that part of the sky from over here, so looking from over here. Adi Marieke, goedemorgen. Right, BA flight 8451, Embraer 190 arriving from London City, 42 minutes underway. Embraer 190 short range, 14 years old, first flight January 2010. Right, Saudia flying base. I'm thinking it should be somewhere in this part of the sky, if we were able to see it. Let's do a little scan back and forth. I think the clouds are in the way.
I think so too.
There are a bit more openings over there.
£5 for a coffee, boy.
Oh!
From Andy. So.
Wow! Thank you so much, Andy. A coffee for me. Well, we'll definitely take you up on that. Thank you so much for that, Andy. Very much appreciated. Good cup of coffee never hurts anyone unless you want to go to sleep. But that's not the case in my case. Thank you, Andy. Very kind. Now, still hunting for that 747. I'm thinking if we could see the airplane arriving from Zurich that flies before it, we could trail back to where we should be able to see the 747. The issue is that we're not even seeing that airplane.
I believe it's come to Polderbaan.
Which airplane?
No, the 747.
The 747?
No, it's turning more.
Yeah, it's always a bit deceiving if you look on flight radar. I thought it was mentioned in the chat already that it was confirmed on what's it called these days? It used to be called omgevingsinfo. Oh, it's all Bas, Bezoek Bas, Bessie and Adrian. Meanwhile, nice bit of sunshine over here. No, that's not a finger. Let's see.
Well, I think it's coming to the border bound because it's ready in line with the.
Yeah, it does look like it, huh? Yeah, it is coming to Polderbaan. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, thought it was confirmed for center, but apparently it isn't. Nice bonus there. Right, now.
Yeah, because it's in line with this one.
Yeah. And then Marissa is saying it with fat letters as well. It's confirmed coming to Polderbaan. So, but it was initially assigned to center, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
I believe she said that.
Interesting.
Maybe center is already closed again.
And says that finger cloud was amazing. Yeah. Well, not everybody thought so.
Oh, yeah.
not everybody. There were some God-fearing subscribers who unsubscribed.
Really?
Yeah, 10 I think.
Gosh.
Well, at least we will all be going to hell together, so we'll be nice and warm and we can continue the friendly chat in hell. That's good. Right, the first of hopefully 5 queens. Maybe are there bonus queens expected from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, for instance? Well, this I believe we have seen so many times before already. Let's just stick with the first airplane of interest. Saudia Cargo Flight 933, arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. The 747-400, 5 hours and 32 minutes underway. 29 years old, it first began flying in December 1994. December 1994, I think that was in first grade in middle school then. Went from 1994 until 2000.
I was already working.
I was also working besides school, but that was still a paper round, a morning round. Double morning round though. "29 years old, this one, still going strong. Let's hope she's heavy. Let's hope she is going to get loud." Wind is also picking up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Aren't you cold in your t-shirt? In your t-shirt? Just a teensy bit.
Tiny bit, tiny.
If you want to do jumping jacks, that's perfectly fine. If you're okay with me videoing it, live streaming it.
If you want the earth to move, then
Well, the tripod is secured to the ground, so it's not going to topple over that easily. Yeah, no, center is still open. I'm just a bit unsure of why they reassigned this to the Polderbaan. I'm not complaining though. Don't get me wrong. Well, the only comment I can make is that it wasn't a very loud landing. It was a nice one, but still have functioning eardrums. That's not good. that wasn't supposed to happen. Good. Yeah, and in the meantime, a couple of narrow bodies are coming this way. The A321 from ITA sadly looks like it is going to the center runway as well. Missing out on both the ITAs today. Then again, Peter says Tower is watching AMS live. That's the reason. Well, if that's the case, shout out to the Tower. Give us a wave if you are watching AMS Live now. We got you inside. Wave back at me. Wave back at me, bro.
Do it.
Yeah, there is a few seconds delay typically, so.
Yeah, I believe 5 to 10 seconds delay. So.
Yeah, so I'm giving them the opportunity still to wave to us to verify if they are actually watching the channel right now. If they are, they probably don't want to let it be known. That's the smart thing. In the meantime, the GM has landed. BA arriving from Heathrow? Yeah, Heathrow.
W says Nippon Cargo 747 ready for takeoff from 18 left.
Yeah, that is diametrically on the other side of the airfield.
Yep.
That is not exactly in the vicinity.
Jeez, no.
Well, if you want to see a couple of pixels resembling a 747, I can show you. It's not very detailed that you can see from over here. The lighting works a bit in its favor. You are able to see something.
No matter what you think, it's still amazing every time.
Yeah, it's a shame that they have stopped producing 747s. Helicopter Kestrel also visible. Hovering. Hunting. Kermit somewhere over there. I haven't spotted him yet. He's very good at hiding. Clementia, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. The first of 5 queens we already saw just now. 4 more to go. The A380 still to go. We began the stream with the landing of the KLM Orange Pride. We have crosswind from the west. And this is an all-white Air Malta Avion Express operated by Avion Express Malta A320 arriving from... what was it again? Oh, Malta. Yeah. Little bouncy. Airplane's taking off from runway 24. A bit better visible, as you guys can see. Right, Andy says 5 queens, you should put that in the stream title. As if that's going to make a difference. The algorithm is very iffy and has decided for the last 2 weeks not to promote the content to new viewers, or hardly any new viewers. I'm only attracting returning viewers right now for the most part. So doesn't really matter what I do. The algorithm has now decided differently. This is JetBlue arriving from Boston. It's an A321neo. Number 175 arriving from Stuttgart, going to the center runway. And no, well, yeah, Iberia Express is the next airplane to pull the baan. That is still a bit further out to the north. So this is KLM flight 1902. No, this is a 737, and I'm looking at, oh, it has to be the Embraer 175 arrival from Stuttgart. Right. KLM flight 1828. And the label I already opened just now, a little bit too soon, is for this one, arriving from Vienna. This is KLM flight 1902, 737-800, 1 hour 24 minutes underway. The PH BXZ, 16 years old, first flight February 2008. No contrails to be seen from Munich or Frankfurt. That's usually the path they are flying over to the United States and Canada. But in the meantime, the next airplane to pull the baan has gotten closer by, and we can see it now. This is Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, flight 3722. It's an A320, 2 hours underway. 18 years old, first flight January 2006, nicely illuminated by the sunshine. The airplane behind it is an Embraer 175 arriving from Brussels, and flying parallel to that is a G, soon to be in the house, still in the air right now, arriving from Athens, an A321neo. It's the EC La La La. Jane also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Spotting Lover, goedemorgen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Let's have a look. As we're waiting for our next airplane to arrive, let's have another look at on the map. Saudia Queen has landed just now. We also had the Orange Pride already flying over Ireland. Cargolux expected around 12:15, and Cargolux around 12:30 expected, arriving from the east, and behind it we have Silkway West just past 12:30. We have the Emirates A380 now expected at 5 minutes to 2, and Suparna more or less 5 minutes past 2 o'clock. And this one is going to be too late for us. Atlas Air arriving around 2:45. So 4 more Queens inbound. And all before or around 2 o'clock, including also the Emirates A380, which is a bit late today. I'm thinking if it is if it runs a few minutes behind schedule and is expected past 2 o'clock, it might be assigned Polderbaan again. I think between 1 and 2 p.m. we have parallel arrivals, just like we do now. Arriving from the east, it's very likely that the A380 is going to be assigned to the center runway then. A G in the air, and soon a G in the house. Arriving from Athens, A321neo. Flight time 3 hours and 8 minutes. The airplane is a year old and had its first flight in July 2022. Heat wave distortion making it a bit smudgy to see. Definitely a little bit of opening here and there. But again, it stays cloudy. Yep. But the wind is still blowing from just south of west and has not continued to change further to the north just yet. It is expected that in the next couple of days we are going to be having northern winds here though, so that means outbound to the north and inbound probably to Kaagbaan, runway 06 and 36 right. See that Peppy is also back in the chat. Servus Peppy, herzlich willkommen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Paul also back in the chat. Morning, Paul. Hope all is well. Right. In the meantime, we have one of Transavia's A321neos approaching the center runway, flying as the Trash TRA8H, arriving from Barcelona, flight 5132, the YHX.
10 times quick.
Yeah, indeed, tongue breaker as hell. One of the rentals, one of the lease airplanes though, brand new, delivered in March. Kermit approves. Next to Polderbaan is Play, the A320neo arriving from Reykjavik. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, members, you know what time it is. It is that time again. Flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. 2 hours and 33 minutes on the way today. The TFPPB, which is 3 years old and had its first flight in September 2020. Carrying its way over to the Polderbaan. EasyJet arriving from Bristol, somewhere behind it, an A319. Lovely cloud formations, no finger flippers, also no contrails sadly. Also still no birds in the water. Seems that the quackers have left. I think they are looking for better weather more south. At least that's what I would do.
Wind picking up a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely. I do feel that it is still a little bit from that direction, a bit southwesterly, but well, we're nowhere near the threshold for crosswind for the airplanes that are landing here. But it is definitely imaginable that at some point they are going to open up runway 27 for arrivals together with Polderbaan. Wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Hey, and I see that Evan has arrived in the chat. Mate, thank you so much for your PayPal donation after your gigantically successful action to donate 10 cents for each like that was given and not retracted in 15 minutes the last stream. Received a notification from PayPal just before or right around the time I closed the stream. So I thought first time I'll see you again, let me say thanks and let you know that everything came through in good order. Was a tremendous success. I think 100 likes or so in 15 minutes. So thank you so much for that great initiative, Evan. Now, I'm not sure if you missed it or if you saw it, but the G is already in the house. Orange Pride is too. Also, one of 5 queens. There are still 4 underway. Now, there should be an Embraer one. Oh yeah, now there it is. Just about visible. I was about to say there should be an Embraer 190 behind this airplane, but I didn't see it. But That was until just now. So glide slope visibility not the best today, sadly. This is KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham, 737-800. Now, let me crouch behind the laptop. There's a message that I saw that I needed to highlight. Oh, Mr. Sake, thank you so much for 6 months of membership. Hope you still like it in the lounge.
Yeah.
Although a blanket might be handy.
At the moment, I've got a very cool arm.
Yeah.
The rest not so much, but that arm, that's really cold.
I wish I
No,
wish I had something along with me.
No problem, man.
You have to switch sides a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Use a mirror.
Then I get a cold face.
Facing away from the runway, but use a mirror instead. Yeah, or do jumping jacks, or just sprint up and down the cycling path.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I have the camera ready. I mean.
I think people do not want to see that shit.
That's for them to decide.
See planes or see me run.
let's write out a poll.
Okay, he's really close.
Yeah. Oh, where? He must be sitting somewhere over there. Kermit the Frog. Oh. Maybe even on this side.
Yeah, I think so. Because it really was close.
Yeah, it sounded like he was sitting like a meter or so from away from us. Anyway.
Perform an airplane dance. No, thank you.
An airplane dance. What does that look like?
I'll do this.
Oh wait! I need to zoom out. I was zoomed in. Do that again.
I'll do this.
Right, there you go. Now, if you like Sander's dance, don't forget to drop a like. Show some love.
He was a meter.
A meter away, yeah. The puns are great. Tractor coming from behind.
Excellent. Perfect.
Bookie Meow says now you, okay.
Oh, double.
Make that the thumbnail.
Airplane dance is the new floss.
Right, Embraer 190 arriving from Norwich, and let's see what is next. 737 arriving from Paris. Flying parallel to the center runway, a Transavia arriving from Ibiza. It's all narrow body still so far. Although the first wide body is flying base will be coming to Polderbaan. Arriving from Toronto.
Peter says now together.
Yeah, the first one was on the house, the next one is going to cost you. We'll have to find a booking agent to do the double airplane dance. Meanwhile, our dancing has made people call the police. They're already with their lights on coming this way to arrest us, probably. For obscene behavior.
Let's get rid of these two nut jobs.
Exactly. They're coming for us. How good can you swim? We need to dive into the water in a moment.
I'll leave my phone here.
Yeah.
Or throw it.
Well, it has an IP rating, doesn't it? So
yeah,
probably should be able to handle the water. Right. Focus, lock the tripod and get ready to jump into the water.
Yeah.
They're coming for us. Little greeting. Right, up next 737-800 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. KLM flight 1406. No? Yeah, no, I'm pressing on the wrong label. The one arriving from Nice, which is nice, flying parallel to it. But this is the 737 arriving from Paris. The Kolderbaan.
Alright, good one.
Yeah, what's the proper translation for colder in English? It is a Dutch language joke. Colder is having fun, acting silly, which of course is a play on words of the runway, which is Polderbaan with a P. Okay, Marianne just super chatted now together. The airplane dance.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Marianne. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. Nice one. High five.
All the other people here are watching it. What are these two jokers
Idiots,
doing?
idiots. Who opened the doors to the asylum? Who left the door open?
Man, it's not even Friday. Shit.
They even didn't have a drink beforehand. Right. Well, massive big thank you to Sander for being a good sport.
Normally my price is €8.
normally the tariff is €8. Okay, whoa. Don't sell your skin too cheaply, as we would say in Dutch.
Meanwhile, colder means just nonsense. So.
Just nonsense, exactly. It's Bullshit Thursday.
Yeah.
That should be a good name for the stream. let's push the boundaries. Let's see. I'm still not demonetized for flipping the finger to that cloud. So apparently God is okay with me making money flipping a cloud the finger.
Flipping him off backwards.
Flipping hell. Anyway, this is KLM flight 696. Finally, another heavy coming. Flying AMS Live logo 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 34 minutes underway, and if you look behind it, there are two airplanes visible, one a bit higher and one a little bit lower. We have a 3 airplane glide slope shot for the first time, I think. Anyway, this airplane is 6 hours and 34 minutes underway. The PHBHN, 6 years old, first flight January 2018. The airplane behind it is an A320 arriving from Luton, and then the first Delta A330 of the show arriving from Minneapolis. Does have the potential to get loud. Let's hope it will.
Peter Oldham says, "You are the Dutch version of the Red Arrows."
The Dutch version of the Red Arrows, nice.
Maybe blue seagulls.
Oh man, everybody's getting creative now.
Oh, guess I have to make a shirt about that.
Let's see. So we did see that. Oh yeah, there it is. Vaguely visible, the Delta A330 now appearing from behind the clouds. In the foreground we have EasyJet flight 22515 arriving from London Luton. That's an A320. It's GZOT, G-E-Z-O-T, GZOT. And GZOT has been flying for 43 minutes to get here. 8 years old. First flight June 2015. Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota behind it. Still with the gear retracted. And it is extending now, is it? Not yet. Thought that I saw hatches open. Now I see them open, yeah. Gear is extending.
Timber says, keeping it lighthearted after yesterday's incident. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Right, it's an EasyJet A320. I think we've seen those before. Let's go back to the A330. Let's hope she's loud and heavy. Delta Airlines flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 41 minutes underway. The airplane is 8 years old and had its first flight in June 2015.
Rouser asked, what's the temperature in Holland? Here in Canada it's 5 Celsius.
If you look in the meter, you will see the current air temperature, Harry. What was it? 15 C?
Yeah.
15 C. And the dew point was 12. Well, at least in the meter that I checked, and that was maybe now from an hour ago. I think it is probably 1 degree higher now, I would say. It's probably 16 C now.
Yeah.
Usually temperature increases with an hour, 1 degree Celsius per hour or so.
Well, it's my day off, so I'm enjoying it. So.
Excellent. Well, as long as it stays dry, we'll be out here until hopefully
Yeah, come on.
Come on. Yep. And still not full blast, it's still a derated, reverse thrust there. So yeah, we're waiting until the Suparna 747 and the Emirates A380 have landed, both expected around 2 o'clock. Bit late. And whether or not we're going to see them land depends on the direction of the wind. So far it has been in the west-southwesterly corner, and by the feel of it right now, judging the feel and the chimney smoke, by the way, that is still the case. I think tomorrow and the next days of the weekend we are going to have wind from the north, which means that runway use will reverse, takeoffs to the north and arrivals probably to Kachbaan and runway 36 right from the south and southwest. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin is the first next airplane to arrive. KLM flight 1136, 1 hour and 5 minutes underway, 2 years old, first flight October 2021. I think I also saw Russell just now sitting there also doing some spotting. I think there's an E2 butt shot in the making. And indeed, flying NL, the E2 doesn't have winglets. So if your Embraer has big ass engines and no winglets, it is an E2 with nice see-through engines. Thinking maybe enabling image stabilizer is going to improve the stability of the footage. Just now did that. Still nice clouds over here. No finger shaped clouds visible. Sadly also no contrails visible. Next up is a German Airways Embraer 190 arriving from Basel. KLM flight 1944. 1 hour and 7 minutes underway. And thanks for the update, Ryan. 2 more hours until Suparna and the A380 will arrive. We'll keep ourselves entertained with this Embraer Fest. And I'm pretty sure at some point the heavies will also start landing again. Diamond, private owned. Arriving from Groningen, let's see, little teeny tiny private turboprop approaching runway 22. Trying to see if I can spot it, but it's really, really tiny. As in really impossible to see, sadly. Let's not linger too long then. Time for another E2 Embraer arriving from Newcastle. This is KLM flight 954. Indeed. Old Coots indeed. We're grey and wise beyond our years.
Yeah.
Now if you look to the chimneys, you can see that the wind is blowing from away from us. That's good news. That means that the wind is from the southwest still. That means that this runway configuration is going to stay in progress. Embraer 175 is going to center, and our next A330 is coming this way. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit. Let's also do an update of the weather. Just going to copy paste the METAR into the ticker for you guys. Take you through it. This is the METAR from 9:25 Zulu time, that is from 12 minutes ago. Wind speed 12 knots, direction 260 degrees. Wind direction is variable between 230 degrees and 290 degrees. Still visibility 10 plus kilometers, still scattered clouds at 1600 feet. Few clouds at 2000 feet, towering cumulus clouds are forming. 15 degrees C still, so temperature's the same as it was an hour ago. Dew point still 12 C, and the air pressure 1006 hectopascals. And this is Delta Airlines arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours and 6 minutes on their way. Somebody calling you?
Yeah.
Right, well, it is 11:38, and normally speaking around 11:40 another runway use change occurs, and in wind conditions such as today's, it usually means that everything inbound will be going back to Polderbaan from now on approximately until 1 p.m. I'm thinking that is what is happening now. Indeed, Marissa. Center closed again. So this is KLM flight 924 in the foreground, arriving from Edinburgh. Sup, bruh? 737-900 and a heavy behind it. And that is a 777-300 ER arriving from Vancouver in the background. Right. Next up, 777-300 ER time, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. KLM flight 682. There it is. Flight time 8 hours 27 minutes. The PHBVP, 8 years old. First flight February 2016. Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow, faintly behind it. Has to keep a bit more separation because of the wake turbulence of this triple, which is now beautifully illuminated by the sun. I'm not seeing any towering cumulus clouds just yet, but the clouds are definitely growing a little bit. There's also some cirrus clouds higher up in the atmosphere, as you can see. Quite beautiful. Cauliflower. Right. Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow, KLM flight 936, and in the background we have, what is it? Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg.
I could faintly see it with my eye.
Yeah, it is really
like
faint.
a small grey dot.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, even on the monitor it is hard to see. And with your bare eyes, unless you are really young. Whenever the younger ground crew is here, they always see the airplanes really far in advance, and I always ask where?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you get. You get wiser, but your vision gets gets worse.
Oh, come on, boy.
Is that an airplane? I'm not seeing it. Right, 3 heavies within 10 minutes. Nice. First, nice mixture of narrow bodies. Starting off with this Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg, KLM flight 1710. Somewhere behind it.
Yeah, I see it.
And yeah, there it is. At it's 10 o'clock we have an Embraer 190 arriving from Humberside. And that is a Britty hopper, flying as KLM flight 972. Then we are going to see an A320 Neo from EasyJet arriving from Lickety Split. And after that another Embraer 190 arriving from London City. And the Diamond Flyer apparently did a touch and go or something and is going back to Groningen. It says KLM flight 7904, so I'm assuming these are cadet pilots from the KLM Flight Academy. Little Embraer 175 butt shot. See that Catherine is also back in the chat. Good morning, Catherine. And of course, a good morning still to everybody who has joined in the meantime. It's 11:45 local time. We are in awaiting of 4 Boeing 747s plus the A380. We already saw one 747 land on Polderbaan, and we began the stream. I think it was the second or third airplane. I think the second. The PHBVA Orange Pride. So a nice eventful stream. If I recall correctly, there were also still a couple of specials on their way. I think Saudia came with a special Dreamliner. I thought it was expected around past 1. Plus some more frequently occurring special liveries. This is Eastern Airways, the Britty hopper, arriving from Humberside, flying for KLM, Embraer 190. 42 minutes underway. It's an Embraer 190 long range used for a 198 nautical mile flight. 15 years old, first flight January 2009. Ah, KLM Flight Academy indeed. Okay, thank you Flying NL for confirming that. Flying to Schiphol Oostbound for a couple of touch and goes probably, and then back to Groningen. Right, EasyJet arriving from Split. 1 hour 58 minutes it has flown to get here. A320neo, which it also says on the tin. In case you were wondering, is this a Neo? Why, yes it is. Hey, that is nice. Finally, the ducks have returned. On the left, that is the duck with those bright yellow eyes. The black duck with yellow eyes. Where is that other one? Oh, they're both. Yeah, they're both. Those dark eyes. I thought maybe because of the backlight I couldn't see if the bottom one was also a black one or a regular female duck just with backlight. Or is it a regular duck with... Ha! It's hard to see. Yes! Hypnotizing yellow eyes. Wah wah! Wah wah! Oh yeah, Delta and the Team USA livery. The A330neo, not the latest A350. Still waiting for it to come to the Netherlands. It was said that it was also going to fly to the Netherlands at some point. So I already made a filter in Flight Radar so that whenever it is alive I can see it. Een bril eend. Alright. Tufted ducks, Tony says. Misha says, hello and greetings from your neighbor in Germany, Borkenberge. Grüße, sitting here on the tower and listen to AMS radar. You guys also have a very nice day there. This is KLM Flight 1088, Embraer 190, arriving from Cardiff. I believe that what you're seeing here in the center is part of the ILS system. Airplane now touching down after 55 minutes of flight. Embraer 190, the Pheezy, P-H-E-Z-Y. 10 years old, first flight October 2013.
And JD gifted 5 AMS memberships.
Did he now?
Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh. Herr J.D., what are you doing? Five gifted memberships just now gifted by JD, courtesy of him. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you. I think that has to do with crossing the 300 likes or something. Maybe. Thank you so much for the likes. JD, thank you in particular for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Be sure to use those custom emojis that are now at your disposal. But JD, really you shouldn't have, you know that. Quick sip of vodka to keep warm. Now, good news. In 3 weeks from now, guess what? The days are going to get shorter again already.
Yeah.
I'm sure, Sander, you must be looking forward to that.
Not really.
Yes, he says enthusiastically. 777-300 airtime. It is arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao, KLM Flight 736. 8 hours and 30 minutes underway, the PHBVG. And this airplane has been flying since May 2012, celebrating its 12th birthday this month. Happy birthday to you. 12 years old. Time to go to middle school. Right, so we have a teenage 777 here. And if you say to yourself, hey, that looked nice, I want to see more triples, you're in luck. Our next airplane is a 777-200, the smaller sibling of the airplane we saw just now. In the meantime, also Russell has shown itself, although he is hiding in the grass that also needs to be cut on the other side of the canal. This is KLM Flight 604 arriving from New York, no, not from New York. I was about to say New York JFK, but it is of course from the other part, the other side of the contiguous United States, I should say. LAX, 777-200 Air, 9 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The PHBQC, bit older. The 777 that we saw just now was 12 years old and celebrated its 12th birthday this month. This airplane is already 20, has already gone through puberty and came out on top. Behind it is an A380-200 arriving from Bonaire, KLM Flight 767. It is 17 years old. Began flying in November 2006. Right, KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX up first, 777-200 ER. Let's look and listen. Oh, flyby by Daisy or Donald? No, Donald. Yeah, just behind the grasses. Let's quickly turn back. It is time for KLM Flight 767 arriving from Bonaire, the B in the ABC Islands, arriving after a flight of 9 hours to the dot, according to flight radar at least. The PH AOF, 17 years old, first flight November 2006. Right. We have Russell over there.
Yep.
While we're waiting for the next airplane to arrive, an Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen. In fact, two Embraer 190s coming. One from Bremen, one from Brussels. Is it eating slugs or anything? Three Embraer 190s. Burr and Bray, Bremen and Berlin. It was going to be four, but then Transavia decided to intervene. Transavia arrived from Napoli after the three Embraer 190s, and then a fourth Embraer 190 arriving from Darlington or Teesside. So that is a Britty hopper. And after that, a 777 arriving from Panama City. Russell just doing a little air hop. So apparently still plenty of edible stuff over there. Right, good news. Mirza is informing us that Cargolux from Miami is confirmed for Polderbaan. Was to be expected with it being the only runway in use now, but you never know with Schiphol Airport, so it's reassuring to know that at least that 747 is going to land on this runway. No. I'm also looking a bit to my left because on Flight Radar it says that a TUI Dreamliner and an A380 Neo from Delta should be flying there, over there somewhere. Despite knowing better, still trying to see if I can spot it. And I think the clouds are intervening a little bit. Interfering, not intervening, interfering. Anyway, Embraer 190, numero dos, number 2. We should see a third one and then a Transavia 737 to break the pattern. Then a fourth, a Britty hopper, and then a heavy. Anybody home? Nope. Big picture wise, what it currently looks like. So looking to the west, southwest, this is more or less where the wind is coming from, at least on ground level. Looking to the south, southeast. Looking for contrails from Frankfurt or Munich, but not seeing them sadly. This is looking to the east, northeast, back to the north. Right, German Airways. Although not Chucky. Outbound Embraer. Inbound Transavia arriving from Naples or Napoli. (737-800), 2 hours and 17 minutes underway. 8 years old, first flight May 2016. Truck not in use at the moment in Cologne since the 27th, Marissa says. Right, well, instead of Chucky we now have Adler these days. The Adler is gelandet or not yet? Hey, Icelandair 767 coming in 30 minutes. Thank you Flying NL for letting us know. Beep beep. Little 2-stroke 50cc moped. Old school. I think that's from our youth, the Thomassen and Poegies.
Yep.
Then it all became scooters, which I also had one. Already bought it while it was supercharged from the store where I bought it second hand. Had water cooling, was a Gilera runner. Was stiff like a motorcycle, could hang in the corners without the bike vibrating or anything. It was a little bit hard to ride on your own. If you had a passenger, the springs were a bit more comfortable. Yeah. Otherwise, if you would go over humps, it would be very
launched.
You had to endure it. Right, it is time for another 777. This is a 777-200 ER arriving from Panama City. KLM flight 758, 9 hours and 57 minutes underway. The PHBQE, 20 years old, first flight January 2004. Abi Johan, goedemiddag. All others who have joined in the meantime, good afternoon to you too. We are at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment, once again, the only runway for arrivals with wind blowing from the southwest. West-southwest, I should say. It's a beautiful day. The sun is out, the wind is blowing, no precipitation in the vicinity. And Queen's underway.
Yeah, 8 minutes, Cargolux.
8 minutes for the Cargolux, nice. Got KLM flight 1004 in the foreground and TUI flight 703 in the background. The former arriving from London Heathrow and is a 737-800. The latter is a Dreamliner arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. We already saw one 747 today land on Polderbaan. 4 more are on the way, the first of which is expected in a couple of minutes. The last one that we are going to capture, not the last one arriving to Amsterdam today, but the last one for this stream, will be Suparna around 2 o'clock. which is also the time the A380 from Emirates today is expected. Whether or not the A380 is going to land on Polderbaan remains to be seen. It is expected just before 2 o'clock, and from 1 to 2, normally speaking, with wind conditions like today, we would see parallel arrivals, and since the A380 is approaching from the east, that would mean that it would be assigned to center. Then again, we also saw the opposite happen earlier in the week with, oh, and you can see cables emanating from nice indeed, from the A330neo. Now we were also seeing the opposite happen. We also saw the opposite happen earlier in the week, where the A380 was expected before 1 o'clock and still got assigned the center runway. When normally speaking, you'd say it should have been assigned the Polderbaan. So with Schiphol, you never know. Fingers crossed. But even if it were to land on center, we would still be able to see it quite well from over here. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164, an A330neo arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 44 minutes underway, and the airplane is 4 years old. First flight of this airplane was in April 2020. Now, we've yet to see a Delta Heavy that really fully spools up the reversers today. Unfortunately, not yet have we heard or seen it. Micha is saying goodbye. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. And Gary says hi from Stansted. Hi there, Harry. Hi there, Gary. Welcome to the show. Mr. Master also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. You must have missed the airplane dance that me and Sander were doing here earlier, Rick. Definitely worth checking back. I'm not going to highlight it though. You have to search for it yourself. Gun number 190 arriving from Leeds, and behind it is a Chinese triple. China Southern Cargo arriving from Chongqing. Flight 2577, 777 freighter. 10 hours 48 minutes on the way. The Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds is the Adler. Right, here it is, the Adler. Oh, we are going to see a butt shot, I think. Yeah. Right. Quick one, and then back to the triple. Arriving from China. This is China Southern Cargo 777 freighter, 10 hours and 49 minutes on the way from Chongqing to Amsterdam. 14 years old, this one. First flight August 2009. Will this one get loud then? Fingers crossed. Not too bad, not full blast, but just a little bit. Great news. Well, if I'm not mistaken, until 1 o'clock we should be seeing everything go to Polderbaan. That's usually the time slot where they will resort to parallel arrivals again, between 1 and 2. So if all goes according to plan, everything expected before 1 o'clock should be landing on this runway. Now, for those of you joining us later, you already missed the Orange Pride, and well, there are queens coming in. Time to quickly go back to the camera. Don't want to miss any action. Already saw that one was on the glide slope. Now number 3. 2 more approaching from the west, as you guys could see briefly. The grand finale is the nearly simultaneous arrival of Suparna Airlines and the Emirates A380 around 1 o'clock. Let's have a quick look. Is it still there? It is still there. Right. We have a 737-700 arriving from Bari, which I'm going to pass up on. And there she is, vaguely visible, emanating from the clouds, is Queen Numero 2. It is Cargolux, arriving from Miami. 8 hours and 7 minutes on the way. This 747-400 is 17 years old and had its first flight in November 2006. Fingers crossed she's heavy. Fingers crossed she will get loud. She's going to get loud. Now, Transavia 737 is the old standard livery. Quick glance at it just for reference. More colorful than the current standard livery. And then back to the 747 it is. The second of 5 in total, at least if the wind is going to be blowing from the same corner as it has been so far, south of west, which means still a little bit of headwind, even though most of the wind is now crosswind, but at least no tailwind. Later in the day the wind is expected to turn more to the north, so I'm definitely expecting a reversal of operations somewhere later in the day. Let's first look and listen to this Cargolux 747 arriving from Miami, Florida. Hopefully she'll be loud. Let's look and listen. Yeah, indeed. Captain Bummer. It was a nice landing, but it was not a loud landing. Yeah, I was having a look. See that the next heavy is going to be a 767 from Icelandair, which is now flying base. Sandwiched in between it and this airplane will be 3 narrow bodies.
Silkway 747 also pulled about.
Nice. And I can see the second Cargolux arriving from Nairobi already on flight radar, flying north of Purmerend. Can you see anything already, Sander?
No. Scanning, but...
Last time with Jendrosek and Lorenzo over here, we established that for Purmerend you need to look behind the chimneys. That is approximately where Purmerend would be. So again, that third 747 should be somewhere over there. I think that the clouds are in the way. You should already see how the glide slope visibility is over here. Barely the second airplane now becoming visible, an A320neo arriving from Edinburgh. Now the number 1 is Aer Lingus in the old standard livery arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And that's a nice combination, Pete. 767 in front of the next 747. That could be thumbnail material. That or me and Sander doing the plane dance. Yeah, I wonder what that will do for the click-through rate. Yeah. Might be worth experimenting a little bit. Particularly if I blur it, make it mysterious.
Yeah,
That supposedly improves curiosity. Having something blurred in your thumbnail seems to...
What is this? I thought it was an airplane stream.
That's an odd looking airplane.
Is that a wingtip or a hand?
hand like wingtips, indeed. Shamrock arriving from Dublin, 1 hour 6 minutes on the way. That's typical. Idam. It's the Idam. Idam giving us a butt shot. Right, we have one little A320neo to go, and then it is the 767 up next. Almost had to sneeze there. I was really on the brink of having to sneeze. Something tingling in my nose.
Petrikov asked, afternoon, did the Suparna already land? No, it didn't.
It's still out there. Flying circles until Petrikov was in the chat so that it can land. Well, Petrikov was also there.
Oh.
Now it's expected around 2 o'clock, as is the A380.
And little duckies in the water.
Little duckies in the water, the ducklings. Oh nice, yeah, but on this side, now shielded from visibility by the grass overgrowing. The ducklings were here. It's getting a bit busy in the water. You can see more ducks in the distance. The coot also over there still. At least I think it was a coot. Right, so last year we already established that ducks are night owls and like to sleep in. See that Roy is also back in the chat. Hey there mate, are you still in Tenerife? Was Tenerife, wasn't it? Celebrating vacation. Good to see you again mate, hope all is well. We have Icelandair flight 500 up first. Somewhere behind it should be a 747-400 arriving from Nairobi. Yep, top left, just becoming visible. So that's Queen numero 3, the third one I think.
Yep.
Yeah, third one. Sadly, 767s have already been transformed into the new livery, which I think looks better on the big airplanes than on the small ones, but I still prefer the old livery to this one. But yeah, there you go. At least the 767. That's something you don't see every day. Oh dear, losing my tan, yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, Roy, in 3 weeks the days will start shortening again as well. It's abysmal. This year the Netherlands has been one of the countries where it has been the most difficult to get skin cancer if you ever wish to get that. Not that I think anybody would, but it's really, really impossible.
You really have to try.
You really have to work for it, yeah. Now also a big thank you Roy for your continued support. 13 months officially, but it must be more already. YouTube glitch. Thank you so much for your continued support. I wish we had a suntan in the salon, in the lounge, so that you could keep your tan, but sadly that is not the case. Now fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, that this third queen is going to get a bit louder than the previous ones. This one is arriving from Nairobi. Flight 2613, 8 hours and 17 minutes underway. The airplane 18 years old, first flight November 2005. Let's look and listen. Yeah, please go around. Make it a touch and go. You have to do better. Really disappointing. First time in a while we have several queens in one show. They're all so subdued. Indeed, Pete, even more quiet. Just when you think they cannot get any more quiet, this one proves us wrong. It is nice and shiny though, it has to be said. Indeed, Jadrosek, meh, so much potential. So much potential gone to waste. Okay. Are the flaps also going to retract at some point? Yeah, at some point, but they seem to take their sweet time, which I don't understand because the lever to put the spoilers down is right next to it. There it is, right. Oh, that was K4. Not seeing me. Why I waved. Disregard the idiot there over there in the grass. Ooh. Wind is picking up, aren't you cold?
It's getting a little bit colder.
Yeah. So, sun is also hiding behind the clouds now.
As I saw in the weather thing around 3 o'clock, it's gonna possibly rain. So.
Okay. Well, we'll be done then. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Let me have a look-see.
If you could have a look-see, that would be great. That would be great.
As far as Haarlemmermeer goes, it's gonna be chance of light showers.
In the morning or in the afternoon?
Around 9, around 11 it's maybe dry, and then around 12 till...
So showers
in the evening is gonna be
until from the afternoon onwards already.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit. Okay, yeah. If that comes true, showers in the early morning and then around noon again precipitation until the evening. That does not bode well for the likelihood of being able to go out then tomorrow. Now, I'm also looking to the right. There should be a Dassault Falcon flying to the Schiphol Oostbaan. Yeah, got it. Little biz jet flying over the city of Amsterdam to land on runway 22. Where did I see it just now?
Oh yeah, above the crane.
Above the
right
crane.
Off the crane. It's now near that opening between the
let me
trees.
see. Let me just zoom in, and we should be able to pick it up at some point.
It's now above the building with the light roof.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There it is. Right, so this is Lux Aviation Belgium. Arrival from Brussels. Dassault Falcon 8X. 7 years old. First flight January 2017. Going to runway 22. The only tri-jets that you see in Amsterdam these days. Biz jets. Now passing in the vicinity of the McDonald's, where the other spottersplaats is. Yeah, that's what you can see from over here. Not much, but it is nice. to switch it up a little bit. Kevo Blucati asks, what does K4 do? It's a bird control vehicle, so it makes its task is to make sure that the birds around Schiphol stay away from the engines. They have several tools at their disposal. There are several pickup trucks driving around the airport area 24/7, 365. They have flare guns. They have a sound effects board that they can also apply and use predator bird sounds to chase away the birds, which is also effective. And there's Kermit again. We hear him. That's zoomed in. It sounded like he was sitting on the other side of the water.
I still think he's right there.
You think he's still right here? Yeah, well,
We can't see that.
that's impossible to see. But you guys probably heard it as well. So yeah, K4 is one of the bird control vehicles that is patrolling Schiphol Airport 24/7 to chase away birds, make sure that they don't get too near the airplanes. They don't always succeed though. If you have a look in my video section, you will see two recent videos of bird strikes.
Yeah.
One really good visible, the other a bit further away. Up next is the Transavia Sunweb special livery arriving from Santorini. Santorini, papi di pupi.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not papi di pupi, Santorini, that's Greece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Feta feta souvlaki. Now, it says, we houden van vakanties, we love holidays. Sunweb is a tour operator that Transavia works with. But I don't think it's a part of the organization. I do believe that they are two separate organizations, but Sunweb is a travel agency that I've, for instance, used often to book my winter ski trips. Go there by airplane, flight arranged by Transavia. So 1 and 1 equals 2.
Oh, you had the bird strikes a couple of days ago. Yesterday I saw a KLM got lightning striked.
Oh?
I don't know where, but it was like you saw it go and then it's off the wing. So it was like, whoa.
Yeah, it does happen every now and then. Did the airplane return to the airfield?
Nope. Kept going.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes they return, sometimes they continue on their flight.
Mm-hmm.
They should be able to handle it, but you never know for sure with lightning.
Nope.
In the meantime, this is an airplane that you hardly ever see here at Schiphol Airport. It is called an Embraer 190. The airplane is being flown by KLM. Also an airplane, an airliner that you don't see very regularly. You can clearly recognize KLM by its blue livery. And this airplane is flying from Bergen and is going to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Okay.
Weird.
Yeah. What a coincidence.
Yeah.
Now landing after 1 hour and 19 minutes in the air. It's the VSD. VSD. Not using the reversers. Indeed, Jackie, an AMS Live exclusive. Airplanes you hardly ever see. Here we have K4 in the wild. between the birds and the bees.
Oi mate, look at this yellow bastard. Touch it.
It is one of 3 Ford Ranger Raptors. And also some pedestrians over there. Probably walking up to the end of the path over there, which ends somewhere over here. There's a roundabout. Let's quickly turn back. Our next airplane is Team USA. USA. We need to chant that when it lands. Well, after it has landed, because otherwise we might not hear the reverses that they probably will not apply, but normally do. But today seems to be a no reverser day. Delta Airlines arriving from Seattle, Washington, flight 144. It's an A330neo, 9 hours precisely underway according to flight radar. The airplane is 3 years old and had its first flight in May 2021. USA, USA.
Come on, you can do it.
Let's get loud, let's get loud. Nope, not gonna happen.
Okay, that's actually the first time I see the landing near the American flag.
Yeah, well, I think we didn't chant hard enough. Meanwhile, big picture wise, cloudiness is increasing a little bit. The openings are still there, here and there, but they are growing smaller in numbers, and it's getting more cloudy by the hour. Still dry though, still wind from the same direction generally speaking. That's the thing I was afraid of the most, that the wind was going to turn further to the north in the upcoming hours already and would lead to a runway change or runway use change, leading to departures from Polderbaan. Luckily that's not the case, and looky here, what is that we see in the distance? It's the fourth queen of the show. Preceding it is a Speedbird arriving from London City, BA City Flyer, Embraer 190, 11 years old. I am going to pass up on the landing. Keep the camera pointed at the 747. Silkway West Airlines arriving from Baku. And this 747-400 freighter has been flying for 4 hours and 54 minutes so far to get here. This too is a rather older one, 23 years old, first flight September 2000. Seems to have a white nose. Even though it's not coming from Latin America, still has a white nose. Not sure, is it ahead of schedule? Anyway, this is the 4K BCH. The 4K bitch.
How to shorten the curse word.
It's a 4K bitch. Now behind it is another not so small airplane, a 777 arriving from Atlanta. first let's have a look and listen at the 4K butch. I don't think it's meant to be for today. Those are the two dark duckies that passed by that you might have heard on the mic. Right. Well, don't have a lot of time to waste. KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, up next to land. It's 777-300. 7 hours and 40 minutes on the way. The PHBVS, 7 years old, first flight February 2017. Gotta say, those flaps look clean. Definitely seen worse. Now,
Meanwhile, the ETA for the A380 is around 1 o'clock, or yeah, 1 o'clock 48.
okay, 1:48, 10 to 2. So that's in an hour or so from now.
Yep.
Means that the A380 probably still is going to land on the center runway. What's the ETA for the Suparna in the meantime?
Let me see.
It was a few minutes past 2 o'clock. Now in the meantime it is 1:45, so in 15 or so minutes from now we should start seeing parallel arrivals once again until 2 o'clock expectedly.
And the ETA for the Suparna is 1 past the hour of 2, so
Okay, so
15
bit
minutes later.
bit iffy to see if it is going to land on Polderbaan or maybe center still.
503 nautical miles from us away.
Right, well, I'm getting closer by the minute.
Yep.
2 airplanes visible in the distance. The first one is arriving from Milan. It's a Boeing 737-700. The number 2 is EasyJet arriving from Palma de Mallorca. That's an A320neo. So if you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Standing here at Polderbaan, accompanied by Sander Sake, who is also joining me here. We have seen 4 Boeing 747s land already, and we started the show more or less with the Orange Pride. I think it was the 2nd or 3rd arrival. There's one more king and queen coming around 2 o'clock. Well, the A380 made up some time and was expected 10 to 1, 10 to 2 approximately.
Exactly.
And the Suparna 747 from Cathay, if I'm not mistaken,
Yep.
which I probably totally mispronounced, but
Probably better than me.
Cathay. Reminds me of a Hefeweizen beer. Oh. Wij Stefaner. Oh. Now, so the expected last airplane of the day is going to be the 747 from Suparna, which is expected around 2 o'clock. Making the total number of queens in this show 5, and the A380, the Orange Pride, Team USA, Adler,
2 Cargoluxes.
yeah, quite a few airplanes of interest. I knew you were a man of great taste, Michael. Also love Hefeweizen. Has to be. It's great whenever the sun is out, whether you're on a skiing trip or in the summer on a terrace with friends. It's always a good thing. Jane wonders, what is it with you and food, lol. Well, sustenance, surviving, living to make it another day. And why not make the most of it when you do have to feed yourself? Do it with stuff that you enjoy, insofar as it is still somewhat wholesome and healthy. Embraer 175 having arrived from Frankfurt, KLM flight 1818. The Fexer, not the Fixer, but the Fexer.
There's a really small bird, really struggling. It's down now. It's down on the ground. Here, there it goes.
Oh yeah.
Really struggling against the wind.
Yeah, it's the lighting also not working in its favor to see it. Getting a bit grim here with the more or less overcast conditions over here.
Yeah, it's getting a bit grayer.
Also seeing that my chat has frozen a little bit, or has it? That is Donald or Daisy.
And the 11F crossing over engine remastered.
Yeah, well,
Good luck with that.
I appreciate you guys thinking along with what is in the air, but also look around, have a look at the footage, see how cloudy it is in the background when I film the airplanes. Contrail spotting is out for today. Sadly.
Better luck seeing it from the space station than from here.
Yeah, I think that's a good location for our next stream.
Yeah.
Polderbound stream from the International Space Station. unobstructed view as well. Do need a bit of more, do need more telescope mode then, but that is Daisy. Always thinking about personal hygiene. That's good stuff.
Keeping the feathers greasy.
Right. Back to the airplanes then. We have an A320 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. That is from Air France up next. Flight 1640, and we have Air Transat behind it. The A321neo. 6-7 hours in the narrow body. I already think it's a long trip to Innsbruck in a Transavia 737 for 1 hour and 10 or 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And I'm not that long even. I'm 180 or something, 6 feet.
Yeah.
You're taller. You're as many Dutch guys are. Sheer impossible to get comfortable in an airplane like that, let alone if you need to fly over the ocean with it for 6 hours plus. Un petit boat shot, peut-être? I think so. Turn! You can do it. Listen very carefully, I should say this only once. Good morning. Aditon, goedemiddag.
Well, 2 years ago, I was flying to Austin, landed on Austin, and the pilot had to like brake, and I was talking to the stewardess who was sitting across from me.
Yeah?
I was like, oh, he's really putting on the brakes. And as soon as I had it out of my mouth, he really braked. Jeez, if I had
Did you have your seatbelt on?
if I didn't, I would be on her lap.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Not that I minded it though.
Yeah, but that's also what happened with that flight to, what was it, Singapore the other day with the turbulence.
Yeah.
If you don't have your seatbelt on mid-flight, shit like that can happen.
Yep.
So why I always keep my seatbelt on, even unless you really need to use the bathroom or something.
Yeah.
But
like loosen it or whatever, but
yeah.
yeah,
You never know for sure whenever turbulence might occur.
Yeah, and me and my mom were waiting for my uncle to pick us up, and then the crew came out, and I was like, all right, to land at the plane just like now. I did. So I was telling the story what I told her, the stewardess, and he was like, yeah, wasn't really meant to do that.
Yeah,
like, oh,
my foot slipped.
Yeah. Yeah, and he also, I told him if I had my seatbelt on, I'll be on her lap.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, like you mind. Yeah, it's
definitely from the other side of the water.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it should be somewhere over here. Kermit the Frog. Really, where? It's near impossible to find it. If it doesn't move,
Cannot see.
you won't be able to see it. Yeah, so Kermit is watching us and he's letting us know that he is there, but he's not showing himself. Somebody graduated with cum laude for ninja school. Right. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like. Southeast, south, southwest. Most blue still in the west. East, northeast, and a little bit of blue also just north of us.
And a donation of 8, what is it, Australian dollars? I don't know. Elf Dog, how's it going?
Oh shit, my chat got stuck again. Thanks for the update there. Each time I'm pressing on my chat window to move to scroll or something because a message is a bit longer, I seem to get it stuck. Alvin, what up, mate? Per character lying on the side, raising his arm while saying how's it going. Well, cheers for that, mate, but really you shouldn't have. Yeah, oh, you can see it. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, you have yeah, I have just the pop out window, just the URL. Yeah. So I'm only I do see something green. Well, if I scroll to the side, I think I might be able to see it just a little bit. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Then the letter type becomes really small, so I'm always enlarging it a little bit. Also, let's not forget there's a 777 about to land, arriving from Guayaquil. KLM flight 755, 11 hours and 12 minutes underway. Doing well, Alvin, thank you for asking, but the super sticker wasn't necessary, you know that. You're a moderator, you're doing more than enough as it is already. All other viewers, feel free to super chat whenever you feel like it, but if you're a moderator, you're doing more than enough as a moderator to support the channel as it is already. Indeed, Guayaquil lies in Ecuador. More 777s, damn it. Here we go. This is KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. 11 hours and 39 minutes underway. The airplane is 11 years old. First flight May 2013. Alvin asks who the guest host is. It is Sander Sarkey, who is also has been doing a little dance with me, Alvin. So if you want to see me and him do the airplane dance, scroll back. I'm not going to highlight it, but it is an Easter egg somewhere in the stream.
At one point you get 2 for 1, so.
Indeed, 2 for 1. Well, Marianne bought us fair and square, the demo, so. So this is the PHBVK arriving from Lima in Peru. "11 years old, first flight May 2013. And the sun, as you guys can see, just showing itself briefly. JD says, please make it the thumbnail. Well, I could do that if I blurred ourselves to trigger the curiosity of the viewer. Yeah, maybe a good idea. Would you be okay with it if I did blur? I would blur us to incite curiosity.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Cool, man, cool. Right.
Well, it was
There you go, JD. It is. It has been decided.
Yeah, they all agree. Well, it was unique. Yes, seconded.
It was definitely unique. Andy has to go. Thanks for joining, Andy. See you in the next one.
We love wave. Airplane dance at 11:20 a.m.
That's cheating.
Yeah, you gotta find it yourself.
Indeed, you've got to find it yourself. Yeah, that's what you think, Alvin. I think he's a cheater. You think he's a champion, but I think he's a cheater. The challenge of finding it yourself, much more pleasurable. Anyway.
Oh, here, Arjan van der Vught gifted 5 memberships.
Well, we first have to spot the dot on this Vueling arriving from Valencia. This A320 flight 8353. Is it still there? And has it been intact? It is still intact. Little butt shot. And a massive big thank you to Arjan, who just now gifted 5 memberships. 5 new members courtesy of Arjan. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you. Or dankjewel. Arjan, dankjewel. Super aardig en gul. Generous and kind. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, 6 new members. In the meantime, since it is now 1:05, as expected, parallel arrivals have begun. With Turkish flight 1957, the first airplane to arrive on the center runway. And then Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen is landing on Polderbaan. And we all know what these look like, so I'm thinking let's stick with Turkish for the time being. I think our next airplane to Polderbaan is Top Air Portugal. This is Turkish Airlines, flight 1957. It's an A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. Getting tail whipped by KLM. The A330 underway for 2 hours and 50 minutes, which is relatively quickly for Istanbul, Amsterdam, which normally averages around 3 hours at this point. There it is. Landed safely, 8 years old, first flight November 2015. Meanwhile, the next airplane to Polderbaan is coming closer by. Top Air Portugal A321neo arriving from Lisbon, flight 668. 2 hours and 27 minutes on the way. The CSTXF, which is 3 years old and had its first flight in July 2020. In the very top left you can see the next airplane behind it. That's an Embraer 175 arriving from Kristiansand, KLM flight 1186. So we're going to stick around until the grand finale. The A380 and the Suparna 747 have landed, both expected within the hour. Right, tap tap. Next to center is a Dreamliner from Saudia, arriving from Jeddah, and that is a special livery if I recall correctly. So let's have a look at Saudia flight 215, which is indeed in the Riyadh season 2021 livery. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, 5 hours and 26 minutes underway. The HZARB, which is 8 years old and had its first flight in December 2015. All right. Interesting drawings on that airplane. Right, telescope mode off. Oh, mate. Colorful little number there, absolutely. It was definitely a very colorful livery. Thank you so much once again, Alvin, for your super chat. 787. Very fitting. A320 Neos up next. This one arriving from Milan. EasyJet, 1 hour 30 minutes underway. Russell saying hi. Craw, craw, craw. Talk to me, boy.
Nice response.
Crows are very intelligent.
Yep.
They understand what I'm saying. Also doing crow speak now. Craw, craw, craw. Come on. Oops.
What did you say to me, man?
Yeah, I guess I'm not that fluent. maybe I insulted him. Yeah, I'm not a bird whisperer. I'm a bird shouter. Right, second consecutive A320neo from EasyJet. This one arriving from also Milan. Oh wow, 2 consecutive EasyJet Embraer Airbus A320neos arriving from the same airport. That's interesting. Did they also fly the same route then? Even better, a bird controller. Well, there's no controlling those birds, mate. Absolutely not. Alrighty. Waxachizek says, what does the bird say? He says, if you like what you've been seeing so far, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams. That's what Russell just now said. I'm also hearing, is that a tow truck or something?
Yeah, the crane.
Yeah, crane, indeed. Winderlimmen. I think it's what it says. Limmen is the place where the company probably is located. Right.
8% battery. Nice.
Oh dear. I got a wireless, you can wirelessly charge if that's what your phone can do. You can lay it on, should charge.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Cool, awesome.
Right, in the meantime, while we're waiting for next traffic to Polderbaan, we have an Embraer 175 returning bills. Well, it was delivering bills to Billland and is now returning without any bills on board probably.
That was Russell going overhead.
Indeed. Yeah, it was out of the field of view because I was so zoomed in already, but Russell indeed did a flyby, which with a wider shot you guys would have seen as well. Right, Peter has to go. Thanks for joining, Peter. See you in the next one. Alvin says wireless charging was a good quality of life improvement. Well, I still am in the market for a new phone so that my chat window also is a bit brighter in sunny conditions. I still have a USB-C attached to it. But for those who are over here who do need wireless charging, my power station luckily supplies it.
I still charge by the cable though.
Yeah, it's easy. You also, unless you have something that has it, you still need to get a separate tool to a charging station or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 USB cables now attached to the power station, and hey, Harry the Heron, nice. That mofo did a really close by flyby just now. Yeah, sitting somewhere, they need to cut the grass here. Well, only just visible. Yeah, his long neck protrudes, sticks out. Right, well, K4 has been replaced by K2 in the meantime. And our next airplane to arrive is from Ryanair. Now, there's one airliner that also has the potential to get loud with its landings. It is Ryanair and their 737s. Let's not get our hopes up too high because so far in the audio department today has been a letdown.
Yeah.
But Alvin, you're right. When I'm in the market, I am after an Android. I did check because I was looking for something with a lot of nits. So I was thinking S24 or something. Possibly the Ultra because of its Gorilla Glass with lower reflectivity outdoors or something. Yeah, disappointing. Yeah, audio wise not the best day. Was also having a look at iPhone, although I've never had an iPhone in my life, so don't have any experience with it. Found out that a split screen is not possible with iPhones. It is possible with Android, so that is a necessity for me because I use split screen on my phone all the time to have both flight radar and the chat visible. Now, I thought I had made up my mind with going for the S24 Ultra, but then I read about people complaining about the S24s, how in direct sunlight they would dim down or even shut off entirely because of the heat development and to prevent overheating. Now, if I'm standing in a field with direct sunshine for hours on end, that's something I don't want to happen. And I currently have a OnePlus 6, and only once during a heat wave last summer did it once dim down and was giving me a warning for potential overheating. Otherwise it weathered the warm days, even the hot days, really well without any issues so far. So I'm thinking, yeah, if only it had a brighter screen, I wouldn't have had to upgrade. So I'm not in a hurry, still doing a bit of research now and then. Next up is KLM flight 1420 arriving from Nantes in France, une Embraer 190. And listen very carefully, because I just said this only once, the flight time is 1 hour and 8 minutes. This airplane is 12 years old. The first flight was in January 2012. Nice. Now, ever since I got this monitor which shows the picture at screen 5.5 inch versus 3 inch, I was seeing this protrusion, which I think is the air inlet for the APU, which I never saw before on my little screen, but now that I'm watching my footage as I'm filming it on a bigger screen, all of a sudden I noticed. Right, E2 Embraer up next from Toulouse. I hope they don't bring back any losers. This is an airplane that has been flying for 1 hour and 31 minutes to get from Toulouse to Amsterdam. The PHNXD, 3 years old. No time to lose, indeed, Jane. Oh, apologies. Hey, that's not my joke, Alvin. You should direct that super chat to Jane then. Yeah, it is insanely quiet. If it doesn't use the reversers, but also on takeoff, first couple of times that I ever saw it and it took off, I was thinking, when are you going to full thrust? And it was already at full thrust. It was so quiet. Yay! Cheers, Alvin. Oh, and Jane also borrowed the joke from Monty Python. Well, thank you, John Cleese and company. Luther says that the scooter was louder than the Embraer. Yeah, absolutely. The mopeds are quite loud here on average. Let's see, KLM flight 1442 arriving from Bordeaux up next.
Bring on the wine.
The Red Wine Express. Now the 737-700 on the way for an hour and 19 minutes. The PHBGF, 15 years old, first flight October 2008. Meanwhile, the sun is once again starting to come out ever so slightly. Let's see, a couple of A320s. E2 Embraer is also coming this way. I think the first one of the show. Did not see any of the Air Baltics today. Right, so we have the EasyJet A320 arriving from Manchester, and behind it somewhere should be another A320 from Vueling arriving from Alicante. Not much going on the other runway.
Yeah, this one landing right now.
Yeah, and it's all narrow bodies for the time being.
Yep.
Ordinarily, the A380 would have landed already, so this is the boring bit. EasyJet A320, Vueling A320, Air France A220. That's the pipeline for Polderbound right now. Although the sun is out briefly, it's not doing any wonders for glide slope visibility. Right, this isn't Jesus, but Jesus. I think Jesus was flying to Porto in Portugal from Manchester this morning. Nice calm day without Jesus today. And our next airplane is from Vueling A320. And in the background behind it is the first A220 of the show, I think. Bombardier C Series 300, Air France flight 1740 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. It is Suparna, Alvin. Suparna. Suparna. What's Suparna? Suparna. That went a bit quicker than the maximum allowable speed of 40 kilometers per hour.
Hey, we've got the Orange Pride taken off.
Could be, could be, could be. Yep. That is the Orange Pride taken. Okay, something was up. Got an error in eCam just now. Hopefully everything is back again. No idea what was going on there. ECam Live gave a message that the stream ended or something.
You're working, you're back, so.
Cool. Yeah, sometimes it works when you press resume, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, it's for 15 minutes from Paris.
Oh, okay, nice. Bonus queen. Six queens. Yeah. Pity that nobody is watching anymore. we already had a few viewers, but yeah, the channel is in decline. It is nearing the end, I think. E2 Embraer up next, arriving from Geneva, flight 1932, 1 hour and 15 minutes on the way. The PH NXL, 2 years old, first flight May 2022. And the Ducklings, or at least one of them, is visible over there.
All right.
Only vaguely.
A380,
or is that
almost above Lelystad?
Cool. Hopefully the connection will stay in the air.
Both A380 and Cathay Queen going to center.
Yeah, that was expected.
Yeah.
But there you go, little ducklings, following Mama Duck. Wah, wah. Mama's like, don't talk to strangers, just ignore him. Continue swimming. This way, away from the man. Wah, wah. Yum 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 yum.
Yeah, it says you have a streamer and a co-streamer. One operates the equipment, the other reading the indications. Chats. Cool.
Yeah, we have a division of labor today.
The pay sucks though.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been waiting for those as well. Flipping hell, where is it? Really?
Maybe we should send Miss Piggy. He jumps away.
Yeah. Where's Miss Piggy? Have we seen her already?
Oh, Kermie.
Out to chase a frog out of the grass. Send in Miss Piggy. That's a good tactic. Let's see, we've got a 777-300 arriving from Doha, from Qatar, on the glide slope for the center runway after this Embraer 190. And Pete says, looks like polder is closing and center is going to be used instead. Interesting. Does that have to do with the wind direction changing? Wouldn't be surprised if at some point they were going to use a different runway configuration because the wind is turning more to the north. Doesn't matter because the airplanes we're waiting for were planned on landing on center regardless. At least we can still see it decently from over here. So this is then maybe the last. No, there are still a couple of airplanes that are coming to Polderbound by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Including an A330 that is now has just turned final further north.
Coming from Houston. Nice.
Oh yeah, Houston, Texas. You're saying it wrong. It's not Houston, it's Houston. You know that, right?
No.
Pretty sure it's Houston. It's where house music originated. Houston, Texas. Look it up. Look it up.
So, no.
Look it up. I'm telling you.
No, it's definitely Houston.
Don't believe in the conspiracy theories. It's Houston, Texas.
If you say Houston in Texas, you was like, what?
House music originated from Houston.
They wish.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Right, got the 737 over there, and we've got the 777 over there. Right, A380 is flying base. I can see it on flight radar. Does that mean we can also see it in the air over here? Not sure that we can. This is the E2, I think. Well, let's go back to manual focus. Hey, helicopter Castrol. I think it is still a bit too far out.
Yeah.
Let's check back in a moment.
Still needs to turn.
Yeah, if the clouds weren't here, you would be able to see it by now.
Mm-hmm.
Visibility from over here, really excellent. Right, well, in that case, let us enjoy the arrival of KLM Flight 662 first, with Sally the Seagull doing a little flyby. This is an A330-300 arriving from Houston, Texas. 8 hours and 50 minutes on the way. It is the Faka. How's your motherfucker? It's the PH, aka 12 years old. First flight February 2012. Faka. Which incidentally is also what is called part of Congress, Dutch Congress, where the government officials are seated. That's called vakka. Vak meaning area or bench, and K for cabinet. So ministers, if they have to be.
And the 747 just flew over. Not that you can see it though.
Oh wow, yeah, no, indeed. Again, for those of you who are telling us what's flying overhead, this is what you can see overhead. It is nada. So it's really nice of you to think along, but on days like today,
where's the Suparna?
right. What are you doing, mate? Square jar. I don't know what you're talking about. This is all nice adult conversation. Just a registration that is called Faka.
Oh, and the big dudes through the clouds.
Yeah, it is visible now, finally. There it is. It's the Emirates A380, number 6 on flight radar, tracked by 588 people. That's more than we have as viewers, sadly, so we cannot pump up those numbers any further.
Suparna is now above Assen.
Suparna is above Assen. Essen. In Drenthe. Kermit is still communicating.
Yeah.
One was further up. Where is the bastard? Cannot stand that we haven't been able to spot him yet.
Yeah.
Flipping Kermit the Ninja Frog. Anyway, now number 3 on flight radar, 680 people are watching it. It is Emirates flight 147. Probably had a bit of tailwind on their way, because normally the flight time would have been around 6.5 hours, and today it is just 6 hours and 10 minutes. So unless it took a shorter route than it normally would have taken, it's been having some tailwind. The airplane 8 years old, first flight January 2016. If we listen closely, we might even hear the reversers from over here. If the EasyJet that is now landing on Pottenbaan will have passed. Hurry up. I'm hearing it.
Wonder if it goes to the same gate as what the last couple of days.
And that's the spooling down again. Telescope mode disabled. And Alvin, cheers for a 380 A380 super sticker. Thank you so much. Well, well indeed. Well, one more airplane of interest left for today's stream, and that is Suparna, the 747. That is expected shortly.
10 past 2.
And bonus 747 is now on the glide slope for the center runway.
Yep.
Let's see, is that it? Or is that a different airplane?
No, that's...
That's the preceding airplane.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking a bit more... this is this is Polderbaan. That's too far to the left. Where did it appear? That's the question.
Definitely appeared around the white and red stripes.
Yeah, a bit in the vicinity of the towers of the sugar factory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, in the meantime, an Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin is landing on Polderbaan, but who gives a who gives a hoot? We're about the big planes here, particularly because there are so little of them landing at Schiphol. 747, show yourself. Come on.
Yeah, there it is.
You see it?
Yep. Above the left red and white block.
Oh yeah, a bit further to the left. Here we go. It is the bonus queen that we did not expect. Took off from Paris-Charles de Gaulle just 45 or so minutes ago. Yeah, 45 minutes to the T, according to Flight Radar. Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478. Boeing 747-8, that is 7 years old. It's the BLJN. First flight was in June 2016. And another Embraer 190 arriving behind it to the center runway, arriving from Edinburgh. Now, interesting to see what is going to happen with runway use, because indeed a 737 arriving from London has continued flying to the glide slope of the center runway. Is that a one-off diversion or the beginning of the closure of Polderbaan? Would be strange if Polderbaan were to close permanently, with wind still blowing somewhat from the south, or at least south of the west. Lighting on this Cathay is really excellent now, despite the sun not illuminating it fully. For some reason it does allow us to see the contrast and the details in the livery a bit better, even though it's not as intricate as, for instance, the Quetzalcoatl Dreamliner from Aeromexico, which is also an airplane we haven't seen in a while. Used to come in the streams around the end in wintertime, I think it was. No, not anymore. Petrikov says, according to Bus, the Suparna is still going to Polderbaan. That would be nice.
Awesome.
Meanwhile, the clouds over there start to look a bit darker.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that the 747 from Suparna is not a moment too soon then.
And it could be right around the rain around 3 o'clock, but then we be gone. So
Yeah, exactly. Now also a massive big thank you to Pete for a very generous super chat. Another round of coffee for Boy. Thank you so much, Pete. Very kind of you. Very much appreciated. And also Wolfgang, thank you for your super chat, who does a little bit of math. 380 plus 747 equals 1127. Thanks, Boy and Sander. Great fun today. Yeah, Sander, thank you so much for sticking around here.
Yeah, no
all the
problem.
while in your t-shirt.
Yeah.
I'm standing here with my winter parka on and I'm still thinking, oh, my hands are getting a little bit cold and stiff.
yeah, well,
How the F are you doing it? What's the secret?
ignoring, plainly ignoring.
The Wim Hof method of
yeah.
the Iceman. Well, I'm not an Iceman. I'm an ice wuss. I melt.
I just eat
I
ice.
freeze. Right. Runway inspection is possible, Marissa. As long as the wind is from the southwest west. I think that they were going to use the 18 right and 18C regardless. Although I'm not sure about how long the wind is going to stay blowing south of west. Later in the day the wind was expected to turn more to the northwest, so I'm thinking at some point they are going to open up runway 27 as an intermediate runway for arrivals, and then end the day probably with arrivals to Kaagbaan 136 right, and possibly parallel departures from Polderbaan and center. At least that's also the runway configuration I'm expecting for the next couple of days. Now, if tomorrow the rain is not as bad as was mentioned earlier about showers in the morning and also in the afternoon, because it is still a weekday tomorrow, probably not a good idea to go to the Kaagbaan, even though I would prefer that if that's where the landings take place. There is a runway inspection going on right now, by the way. The parking is probably a 4K bitch. Since this is still a work day tomorrow. It's really a pity they have a vacant parking lot over there, and instead of opening it up for visitors to, well, whoever is visiting there, but you're not allowed to park over there. Right, K2 doing an inspection. Where's that 747? That 747 is now flying between Lelystad and Almere to the southwest. Yeah, if that continues on... Oh no, it's already turning. I was about to say...
I almost thought they were going to
to runway 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't gone to an intermediate configuration yet. Usually when the wind turns they open up runway 27 at some point. And then do the switcheroo, the big switcheroo. Right, nothing to Polderbaan just yet, although Suparna might come there. Or at least that's what Petrikov was saying in the chat just now. In the meantime, let's have a look at the first CRJ of the show, Lufti. And this is flight 992. 999. Toch? I had to zoom in a little bit to press on the right label. Kept pressing on the wrong label. This is Lufthansa Flight 992. Und das ist ein CRJ9. It sounds really shitty if you say it like that. CRJ9. Yeah, that's it. Arriving from Frankfurt. "50 minutes it was on their way." Oh, the number of super chats are rich today. Alvin, thank you so much for 999. Dankeschön. Herr Alvin. 999. Where were we? While we're waiting for Suparna, the slew of narrow bodies to the center runway continues, and this is KLM Flight 1466 arriving from Marseille. It's an E2 Embraer. 1 hour and 37 minutes on the way. Just a little bit of sunshine over there, probably the last bit of today in the Netherlands. It's growing more cloudy here by the minute. Now the clouds form a more or less continuous blanket over us. Looking to the south it still looks decent, but if I show you the north and the northwest, you can see definitely darker bits of clouds are over the North Sea right now.
And it's getting colder.
And it's definitely getting colder. Absolutely. So we're 3 weeks away from having the longest day here, the beginning of summer. I'm still standing here in my winter parka, contemplating if maybe I should have also brought along hand gloves, or my heated gloves even. Yeah, that's the Netherlands this year. Well, I did hear on the news or something yesterday that since last year it was an El Nino year with a lot of drought, and we did have a large period of drought with no precipitation last year in the summer, that it almost always is being followed by a very wet spring and winter. So I hope it is an exceptional year and that this will not become the new norm, because then I have to emigrate. And Astrid Wolf says, funny game to play with small children. Nine dog, play of power. You have to explain me how you play that game one time whenever we meet. That sounds like a funny game. Nine dog. Now, Suparna is getting close by. Won't be long anymore.
Warmer.
In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Tiger, who just now also gifted 5 memberships. That is above and beyond. All the moderators are donating stuff. Really, guys, you shouldn't have. You guys are moderating, and by doing that, you're already supporting the channel more than enough as it is already. But thank you so much, Tiger. If you are one of the recipients of Tiger's gifted memberships, don't forget to say dankjewel or dankeschön or thank you. Yeah. It's all good. 737 coming to the Polderbaan and the 747 flying base. And is it coming to the Polderbaan?
Yeah, it's coming to the Polderbaan.
Excellent.
Nice finish of the stream.
Where are you immigrating to if you leave, boy? Michael says. Well, I don't know. Where is it getting more desert-like? California, perhaps? I don't know.
Well,
down under.
West side of Texas is good. Yeah.
Somewhere where they can understand my gibberish, so that I don't have to learn another language. Where they will allow me to move there. I mean, some countries put you on a plane and deport you to Africa.
Yeah.
Well, here's an airplane you don't see very often. It's a 737 and it is a 737-700. It is arriving from Bilbao. Flight 1526. 1 hour and 34 minutes underway. However, somewhere behind it should be the Suparna.
Yep. It's now flying over the North Sea Channel. So.
Now, the difficulty with emigrating is that if I want to do the day job that I have over here, I need to get licensed again, and that is a hell of a lot of trouble that I don't want to go through. So I'm probably stuck in working in the European Union. Stay here until I die. Cool, we have the last airplane of the show. Inside we have a visual. Suparna Airlines, worth the wait, because to our surprise, it is actually landing on Polderbaan. So the only two airplanes that we missed were the bonus queen from Cathay Pacific that went to the center runway, and the A380.
Yeah.
The rest all landed on the runway we were standing next to. Now, don't get your hopes up too high in terms of a loud landing. So far, all landings have sucked in that regard. There's no sugarcoating it. It was terrible. All very soft and smooth and very Schiphol neighbor compliant landings. Is that possible? Oh yeah, that is possible, Jindrosik. I remember that I've seen vacancies for things that I do in my day job in the Caribbean parts. Would that also include Sint Maarten, I wonder? Talking about a nice airplane to be spotting from. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, let's get loud. You know you want to. Come on, a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't what we were hoping for. Right. That's the 6th queen of the show, if I counted correctly.
Yep.
And in the meantime, scroll. A final big thank you to Herr J. who once again created 5 new AMS Live members. Thank you, JD, for a very generous donation once again, really above and beyond. Now, as it happens, there is 777 arriving right behind me. That is going to be the last airplane of today's show then. KLM Flight 792. The encore landing, 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo, 10 hours and 49 minutes on the way. It had its nose gear still in the air, but I guess I missed the touchdown. Yeah, they're taking their time. They're figuring, well, we already have a 15-minute taxi ahead of us, might as well just take it slow.
Yeah.
Not in a hurry at all. Well, I'm going to wrap it up now. I think I'm starting to feel some droplets, or
Yeah.
is that just, yeah,
Few.
you're feeling it as well.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much for joining me here today. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Thanks to everybody for the support, all the super stickers, super chats, the gifted memberships. Thank you all so much. Those who became a member, and also a big thank you for watching. If you like what you saw, don't forget to drop a like. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams. I hope tomorrow will allow me to go out, but I'm not sure about it just yet. So yeah, keep it in check, and if you're a subscriber and you hit the bell icon, you will be informed when I do go out again. A big thank you for everybody for watching. I'm English is failing. English is failing. I need some coffee. Thanks also to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Hope to see you in the next one. I'm going to say bye for now and be safe.